Okay. Alright. Let me see if I can fix it. Nope, that's not it. Okay. Limited. Hello, hello. Okay. Yellow, yellow. Alright, I guess there I am. Anyway. I was just trying to make that that thumbnail. I just learned how to do that. Anyway, my name is Paco Allers. I got a lot going on, and I'm just here to share my my experience. Anyway, and I've been building a model rocket, which for whatever reason it does not want to print. Right now it's trying to print it. It got about 3% in, and it is really fucked up. So I don't know what's going on. Why is it spitting out the center? But I'm gonna try to start it again. I gotta put some more glue on the table, I think. I'll show you guys the model that I made and what's happening and my thought about it, and then you guys let me know what you think. So let me get the glue real quick, put it down so I can start it again. I'm gonna start it anyway. It's an actual body that I've been trying to print. So
You have the baby?
huh?
You have the baby again.
It was around here somewhere.
Are they in here?
There you go, the can. See that there?
No, she's not. She's outside.
No.
Gentoo. She ain't getting with her. Gentoo.
It was over here somewhere. I might have left, but
Where was the leaf to? It was in here. It was really cool. Tried it with someone. What's she climbing? She's inside something.
I seen it right here, and then she was gone. She didn't even touch mine. All right, so the 1.125 is
You want me
the
to
ID.
What are we doing wrong?
Oh, you gotta push it in at the same time. Like hold it in,
Oh.
and then hit it. Point 175. O D. Yeah, that stuff you can't take that too big of a hit.
You need to put burns.
That is not a dildo.
What?
It's a tool that I made. Look at the tool.
Fuck.
Look at the tool.
Yeah.
It's so you can push the model rocket engine, you know, the stuff in it. But anyway, I am trying to figure out the intake for this. This is the intake. Oh, look, babe. Look at this. Right. You know what I was showing you? The intake? Right. Look.
That's cool.
So the whole thought about it is it's gonna be plugged at first when it takes off. It's gonna be maybe a 1/4 inch worth of potassium nitrate and sugar. So when it takes off, it comes out the back. This is gonna burn out this hole, so it's gonna be already going fast.
Right.
Air is gonna start pushing it through. So now air on that fire. Now you introduce more oxygen into compressed air.
Right.
Because this is a bigger mouth and it's going into a smaller, so it's gonna be compressed air coming in with a velocity that whatever velocity is pushing it. And it's gonna wanna fucking burn a lot hotter inside right there. So that's what I'm hoping. But at the same time, what I was thinking was I could make some intake and cool down the outside because it's a plastic model rocket. So if I can cool down the outside, and I'm using the entire rocket as an engine, you know what I mean? Like the outside. Yeah, I see you.
What the fuck? How's fuck? But if you do it like that,
I'm on a live podcast.
What?
I'm on live, like right now.
What do you mean?
Like everybody can hear you. It's recording.
So?
I'm just saying.
But I was not.
I know, but stop it. What the fuck? I don't like that. But this is what the other thing I was talking about. Babe. Look, you see right here where the exhaust goes? That was the other piece I showed you.
Okay.
Well, when I put this under here, it becomes so long, and then these don't hold it no more. You know what I'm saying? But for whatever reason, every time it's making this, you see right now it's making it.
Right.
It kicks it off the center. So I put some more glue down. It looks like it to be a little bit more glued. But you see how high it is, and it's not printing anything right now?
Yep.
That's why. That's why. Let me see. There is a gap. There is a gap. Look. There is a fucking gap. I can see right through there. These are touching. The tips are touching. But this doesn't start until now. Look.
Right.
Look how high that is already. They already printed those. So it's not on the build plate. That's my problem right now. That it's printing this. That on the slicer should have been red. It should have came up red. But it didn't. I mean, I don't think I looked actually. Because I thought it was. But there's a fucking shadow, so I should have known. Through the whole thing. Oh well. Anyway, I was thinking that I could make some type of like, you see how thick this is? This one right here, but it's thicker, you know, 3/8 of an inch down. It's even thicker, more thicker than that. But to put holes through it, right? And then from this one on the right here, like put intakes where it puts air right on the outside of it. You know what I mean? And it cools it down. It don't even need to be in a spiral or nothing, just right through.
Right.
Just to cool it down. I think that would cool, you know, make it not burn because it's gonna be really hot. This is gonna be really hot. You know, melting metal temperatures at that speed. So and then telemetry, I don't even know where I could put telemetry on this. This is just like a shoot and go. Like,
Yeah.
but at some point, like I want to make it big enough where I put telemetry in it, you know, and also probably ammonium nitrate, like an actual gas instead of sugar. So we can have a fuel tank and then have ram air. Like an intercontinental missile going out of space. Really small, you know? Really small intercontinental missile. With no direction though. No GPS controlling it, nothing. I could, but, you know, we would probably have problems with Japan or something.
Yeah.
You know? Like, you're like, why is there some guy from Jersey shooting intercontinental missiles and then they come right back to his house?
Right.
Like, the one kid had to shoot it on a balloon. He had to. It was a wing. It was like a drone, but it was a solid wing or some shit they call it.
Mm-hmm.
And he had to get up there on a balloon, and then the balloon let it go, and it came back right to his house. Yeah, but if he would have shot it from Earth, like in his own power, and came back that high, that would have been an intercontinental problem. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm gonna see what he makes.
his wing flies forever. Like, he's got solar panels and shit on it, and he flew like, I think it was like 60 something miles. He flew it, like, you know, I mean, he didn't fly, it was just flying through GPS, but he was in a car and he's just watching it, like that's cool.
Lay down.
You see it? How the center is not glued. So usually around this point, it kicks it off. I'm hoping that it doesn't and it just keeps printing it. Keep printing it because I put a lot more glue down. But, alright, babe, go lay down. I'll be there in a few. I'm gonna just try to put these holes through here.
Mm-hmm. Really?
And I'm trying to think of the physics of it. How it comes out. Because I want to try to create something. All right, I'll tell you later. I might explain it on the podcast. All right. So right inside here, we're gonna have pressures that are high enough to slow us down. So I'm thinking to put holes in here, so they go through onto here and like. It goes through here and it cools down this. Now, what I'm trying to think is about the air coming out of it. How could we... What if we introduce all that air to the tail end of it, but the tail end of it is still plastic? It might even put it out. I don't know if it's too much pressure. Like, I mean, that's a big fucking hole in the center of that. But now, okay. So where would I come out? If I'm coming through the center here, going through the walls. So now we got air flowing through here. This is kind of this is supposed to keep it straighter, like the push against here and here. That's why it's a little bit thicker. And then the air going through here between them, it's also holding it steady. Now, when it lets go of here, that creates a vacuum right here. Now, I wonder if that vacuum, if I put the air to come out right there or right here, if it will help it neutralize some of that air. Like, You know, like instead of a vacuum, it becomes pressure, you know? What would that actually do for it? Let's think of it like a round wing. Would that be possible? I mean, but the thing is, the wing is creating a lift because of the air slower or faster going around the top and the bottom. So how would I create if it was this is going forward though the whole time. This is not flying straight and straight in the air like I'm trying to get to outer space. So I would have to create a vacuum in front of it. And I'm creating a vacuum under it. And a pressure. So if I can create pressure at the bottom, would that still help? Even though there's no vacuum on the top, it's still pressure on the top because of this intake. But how can I create a vacuum right at the beginning of this? How? Let's see if somebody has done it. Let's see if somebody has done it. Because I'm always thinking of shit and then somebody done it before. So yeah, it's a different one I tried to print and I don't know what happened. Like it was so small. But the one I'm building right now, the engine is part of right now. So right now the engine is part of it. Okay, let me do this real quick. How to create vacuum in front of a rocket. No, that's vacuum rocket. Okay. Let's just see rockets in a vacuum chamber. I wonder if anybody has tried this to put an intake. I mean, I wonder if the mixture will be different.
Everybody ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Welcome back. After watching some flat earth videos and conspiracy theories, this stuff started getting into my head. So this time I'm going to legitimately challenge Newton's third law to demonstrate, is it a law or a lie?
All right, let's see what happens because am I don't know if I am showing.
So I set out to build a bigger, better vacuum chamber that's going to give us undeniable results. I'm genuinely curious as to how Newton's third law is going to behave in the environment of a vacuum, where in this case the rocket won't have an atmosphere to push against. All right, we got our vacuum chamber completed. The only thing I have left to do is get the top seal on, get the top cover in place, and test it. In order for this experiment to give us reliable results, I contacted the AIAA team at UIC. Turns out they have some solid rocket propellant on hand, ready to go. So I headed down to their lab, which was a very interesting place, by the way. They gave me not only the solid rocket propellant. Is this the actual propellant? Yep. Thought it would be heavier than this. Feels kind of light. This is our solid rocket right here. But everything else that I need to build a miniature version of a solid rocket booster similar to what NASA uses. I believe this is going to give us more concrete results, not based off of black powder rockets that, well, nobody burns in space in the first place. Now that I have the vacuum chamber built, this vacuum chamber is going to allow me to pull a complete vacuum. But before moving on to the experiment, I want to do some initial testing to make sure that this vacuum chamber is safe to use and that it holds vacuum. Make sure we don't have any leaks or anything like that. So, yeah, let's test it out. Perfect. First and foremost, since these motors produce a lot more thrust than the black powder motors I used in the previous episodes, I had to come up with a better way to mount them in the vacuum chamber. This is what I came up with.
Okay. This is like against all possible rules.
The team even named it the four-legged spider. Hold on. That's a different movie. Second and most important, we need to measure thrust. This is going to be our thrust scale. I think for this, I'm going to go low tech, old school. And I have a feeling that the team was quite impressed
Oh, is that what we're using?
with my practical approach to this problem.
That's pretty good. That'll work.
Now that I have all that figured out, it's time to assemble our rocket motor properly, mount it in the vacuum chamber with the scale to measure the thrust, and run our chamber through the first partial vacuum test. Hang on, it's vacuuming down. I'll give it one more second and then hit it. Hit it, hit it. So we know rockets burn. I'm going to install a new rocket motor in the casing. This is our nozzle retainer. Reset the experiment, and only one question remains. Sir Isaac Newton, does your law still apply over 330 years later in a vacuum? Well, I hope you're watching because we're about to find out. Set. All right, we got our blast shield in place for safety. Our vacuum chamber is in a vacuum. Our rocket is set, wired up, ready to go. And yeah, I'm excited. The only thing I have left to do is take these two wires, touch them to the terminals on this battery, and hopefully it doesn't go boom. Hopefully it just goes shh. Everybody ready? Here it goes. What? A hang fire. No! Not a hang fire. No freaking way. You gotta be kidding me. So apparently I have some findings from this first phase of the experiment, and that is I just realized that the vacuum has now created an environment where it becomes more difficult to ignite the solid rocket booster. This means that there is some truth to what the conspiracy theorists think. It's more difficult to ignite a solid rocket booster in a vacuum because we tried this in atmospheric pressure, ignited just fine. And I mean, that's definitely an interesting finding. I have just one more problem. Due to the rapid depressurization of the chamber after that last attempt, one of the seams was compromised. I need to re-weld that seam and put a couple of supports in where the deflection occurred. That demonstration just gives you an example of how much force pulling a vacuum in a chamber like this has. So it's essentially at sea level 14.7 psi, which is 14.7 pounds for every square inch pushing in on each side of this chamber. So if you do the math, which I already did, it's about 80,000 pounds combined. So you got 20,000 pounds on each one of these walls trying to cave this thing in. Since that last attempt was a failure, I invited the AIAA team over for the rest of the experiment because I know how much they love hang fires and they have a lot more experience with this propellant than I do, in case I run into more issues along the way. So pretty much all that smoke that came out was the igniter, nothing else. And I think they're in for a big surprise because I don't think it's going to be that easy to ignite in a full vacuum. But we'll see.
Built custom industrial machines in days.
See. All right, I will hit it now. We're good. 3, 2, 1. Oh! Oh! There you go. That is the problem that we're having all along. What do you think, Mike?
We can repack an igniter and try it again.
Looks like we may need some atmospheric pressure in the actual booster to get it to ignite. Once it's ignited, I think it's going to do okay. What do you think, Mike?
We'll try it again. It could be from the lack of air, from the type of igniter, from the cap being on it. Hard to say.
So you think once it's lit in a vacuum, it's going to stay lit?
It should, yeah. It's got its own oxidizer.
Let's see what it looks like. All that smoke. And it looks like, I mean, the igniter kind of ignited, right?
Yeah, it definitely did.
Yeah, look at that. Kind of ignited, but I don't know, it doesn't look like it fully ignited. This is going to be our second attempt. We got another igniter in place, and what do we do differently this time?
We changed out a completely new motor. This was the old one that we just test fired.
Yeah, I don't think the motor's the problem, though. I think it's the vacuum.
We'll try. We'll see what happens. That's a brand new motor, brand new igniters. We doubled them up this time.
All right, let's
Feeling
do
good.
it. Let's do it. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. Go, go. Oh, no, it failed. Go, go, go. Oh, no, it failed.
Turn the world around.
No more power, right?
No. It was very strange.
So this is our third attempt here, and it was a failure, as you saw in the footage. So my recommendation is, these guys didn't think this was going to be a problem. I did, however. I called it. I said, this thing may give us issues to light. So the next thing that I suggest is I think that we should, seal it up. So I'm going to modify this rocket motor. I think once it's ignited, it's going to create some internal pressure and keep burning. That's really not what I'm challenging here. I'm challenging Newton's law. I want to see if when it burns in a vacuum, if it creates a reaction that produces thrust. So this is our fourth attempt, and what we did different this time is we made a ruptured disc on the outside of the nozzle, and this is going to hold atmospheric pressure inside of that rocket motor until ignition occurs. And the idea is this thing's going to pop out and the motor's going to light, ignite, and burn normally. That's the key word, burn normally. Our solid rocket motor burned in a vacuum. As you can see, that was a success. Not only did our solid rocket motor burn in a vacuum, but it also produced thrust during those initial moments of ignition, which is exactly what I was looking for to support Newton's third law. Because any thrust produced under these conditions is produced off of the pure reaction of the fuel burning and not from the thrust pushing against air or an atmosphere. Now, something that I found really interesting was where the main ignition occurred. If you look closely at the high-speed footage, you can see the majority of the gas started to ignite in the vacuum chamber, not right behind the rocket motor, as I would expect. I'm not sure why that is, but that looked pretty cool. Regardless of the gauge readings for our vacuum chamber, the vacuum was obviously sufficient because this was our fourth attempt. We had to modify the rocket motor in order to get it to ignite in the vacuum chamber. That being said, I'm just going to do one more experiment. I'm going to get a really small model rocket motor, 1/10 the size of this solid rocket booster, and put it in the same chamber. And what that's going to do is that's going to essentially increase the amount of volume of our chamber by 10, since the motor is 1/10 the size of this motor. That burns a little bit slower than the solid rocket booster here. We're going to be able to see whether or not it's creating thrust in a vacuum, and that's going to further validate Newton's third law. All right, here it goes. Okay, so that was another successful burn. The model rocket motor burned just fine in the vacuum chamber. Unfortunately, it didn't go exactly as planned because the sled got wedged in between the walls of the chamber when I pulled a deeper vacuum. But if you look closely at the motor, when it first ignited, it produced some thrust and it pushed itself into the casing where it was being held. That, to me, further supports Newton's third law. Apparently, it applies in a vacuum as well as atmospheric pressure. Yeah, I think that was enough proof for me. Hopefully you enjoyed this episode. Feel free to share, subscribe. Tell me what you think in the comments below. This was a tough one. This was a long shoot. I had a lot of issues.
Alright, well, I'm sure you had a lot of issues, man. We all got a lot of issues. I'm working on this cone at the same time as looking at that, but that didn't really tell me what I wanted to know. Just like I thought, probably not a way to actually, because I mean, I know I'm creating a block, you know, like the rocket is going up and it's gonna be hitting all that air trying to come in. Now, if I had metal or something that I can make a combustion chamber, even if it's, that's why I'm thinking of putting the well, that's the exhaust, but let me see. Okay, putting the air pipes in it. All right, let's see how we will put the air pipes through here first. Okay, so that's the bottom of the rocket so far, right? Of the cone. I'm coming in. Air's coming into there, and it's going into the rocket itself. However, what I'm trying to do is get the air into the rocket itself, on the edge of the rocket. So these holes really should be on the outer edge right here. Let me see. So anyway, I got locked up because of failure to appear. But I went in, I got sent home, and for whatever reason, I never went home. Alright, so all these things. Okay, so I need to make some kind of contraption. Mine creates. So, but it was cool. I mean, I got the detox. That was a plus. So that's where the holes pretty much are gonna come from. The 1 3/8. So so alright, so it's not gonna be 1 3/8. And no point. Well, the rocket is actually coming out good now so far. As you can tell, I put these. I made the nose cone bigger. I put it together already, so now I'm gonna put 1.12. No, 1.375. 75 again. 1.375. Boom, back to the normal size. Still should have the intake that I want. Okay, that goes to that. See how small. Same with this. I was thinking about making this maybe smaller. I don't know. I'm still debating. I should test it first. However, I have this sealed because I want to put these two together. So let me make another one of these. Boom. Okay. You can just get out of the way for a little bit. So that is gonna be pretty cool, I think. Let's see what happens. Look at this. Now, I don't think it actually touched it. It looks pretty freaking sweet. I like it. I don't know if it's gonna do anything, but Wait, cool. This is what my gel cell looked like. Well, yeah, I guess if you saw it. The igniter.
Okay, welcome back to Rocket Wednesdays. Today we're going to be going over the types of model rocket nose cones which you can choose for your design. Over to you, Aaron.
Thank you, Bertie. Okay, so today we're going to be going over the types of model rocket nose cones. It's pretty self-explanatory, it's pretty simple. This is really just a beginner's taster session as to what type of nose cone you use for what application for your rocket. So let's start with why do we need a nose cone? Well, it's pretty explanatory why we need a nose cone, but if you didn't know, it's to provide aerodynamic stability to the top of, well, to the front. Is it the front or the top of the rocket, would you say, Bertie? What would you consider it as?
Depends what stage of the launch is that.
I guess so.
I think either works.
Let's just say at the tip of the rocket. It also is it's needed to withstand the heat generated while the rocket's flying. So generally, model rockets travel very, very fast, some of which can achieve speeds of well over Mach 1, which means a lot of friction is generated between the air and the nose cone. And as your nose cone is technically the first point of contact, as you can see above in the simulation, you do need these to withstand a decent amount of heat, as well as provide aerodynamic stability and reduce drag. Pretty self-explanatory, as I said. But so the first type of nose cone is the conic nose cone, or conical. It's basically, imagine if you whacked a triangle on top of your rocket. That's pretty much what that is there. They're not the most common, but they are generally used on copies of older rockets, such as the Saturn V. Some model rockets kits use conic nose cones, such as those. They're more effective at transonic speeds and at supersonic speeds, and that's just because of their aerodynamic properties of having a very sharp point. They cut through the air much better than a round-ended nose cone. So they are much better at faster speeds, but they don't look the best in my opinion. So.
Yeah, they I assume they're a bit more simple to make if you're not just buying one. They look quite a bit. It's just a cone, and as you said, it doesn't look. I mean, maybe you could dress it up and make it look nice, but I think some of the other options we've got later on are much better.
Yeah, I mean, if you've ever made a paper cone, basically just do that with a stronger material when you've got it.
That's the manufacturing method. Problem solved.
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, these trace back to the beginning of modern model rocketry. It's where they sort of started making conical cones just to improve speeds. But yeah, that's conic or conical nose cones for you. The next is the spherically blunted conic nose cone. So how do I make this sound good? It's the same thing as the last one, just with less triangle.
You've made your paper cone and then you've dropped it is effectively what it looks like.
Yeah, so this is what happens after 2 or 3 flights, right?
Whether you like this one or not, you might get it if you're using the conic.
Yeah, so depending out of if.
It's funny because they're making fun of the nose cone, but at the same time they are explaining what physics do to it and why does it do that. Because the best aerodynamic, it is not the other nose cone they had. It's a drop. A drop it's liquid traveling through space, and it can form its best form to travel as fast as it can. That would be a drop. A drop has the best. If you look at a drop, it does not have a point. The point is in the back. So yeah, something to think about.
If you want to make a conic nose cone, just make sure you make it out of strong enough material to withstand that. This is basically the same thing, just with a spherical endpoint. There is really not much to say. It's going to be slightly better for supersonic speeds, but again, has a very sharp point to it, so we'll do just fine.
And actually, from a high-speed aerodynamics perspective, that's going to give you better low-speed performance, because obviously obviously a sharp point is a lot more useful when you're going supersonic, but you kind of do want a spherically blunted kind of leading point rather than leading edge if you're going subsonic. So that would probably make sense if you like the look of the conic for some reason, but you're going subsonic. This is probably the choice for that.
Let's just specify. He said for some reason. If you like it for some reason.
For some random, insane,
reason.
tiny reason, then yes, use this.
If you do like this, we're not judging you.
It still says
Well,
7
I am,
hours
but Bertie's
for
not.
my
So
rocket
yeah,
to print.
same thing, just with a
Now
something
this
at the
rocket
front.
I'm printing does not
This
have
is also
the
going to be
new
good for higher speed, but it won't be as
intake.
optimized for
Well, the nose cone I
supersonic
have
transonic
printed
flight.
is
Although
not
there are
the
much
one I
better
just
options. So if you get to the
finished.
point of building a rocket like that and you choose this, then
I'm
you're
gonna print that out
insane.
afterwards.
Next, we have the
after I finish
biconic
this
nose
one, I'm
cone.
gonna
Now, if you
print
couldn't
the
tell,
new
we
one
have a lot of
out, and it's
conics
still gotta
in the
make the
nose
hole
cone
through
sector.
the actual.
I mean, the
aircraft.
shape explains it all, really,
Actual
doesn't it? It's
rocket.
basically you
However-
got a triangle and you whacked it on top of another triangle. Wow, this is.
It kind
I'm just
of
realising-
looks like, if you look
Trying
at
to
any
think
kind
what
of
can I do.
fairing, kind of space, maybe not
the end.
SpaceX spring to mind, but definitely a few fairing will use that basic sort of shape just to kind of
I
give
might
yourself
just
a little bit
make
more
them
of that.
out.
I guess more of the curve you want. You want the
Yeah,
tape.
it reminds me. I don't know why, but it reminds me a bit of the Concorde. It had that type of taper on the. I don't really know how to describe what my brain is thinking. It was like a half. Basically, some rockets have a tapered nose cone because it gives you strong aerodynamic properties, but also allows the very tip to cut through the air slightly more efficiently. Also very good for high speed, but slightly less.
Let's see.
Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
In today's day and age, space travel hasn't been more relevant than it is right now. Research and development are undertaken to improve space travel each and every day. This is done in the hope of someday being able to colonize another planet. In this experiment, the group of students decided to look at one of the most crucial parts of a rocket, the nose cone.
Here at JMSS, with the help of the school lab techs and the high-powered rockets team, our team was able to test the friction of rockets using fluid dynamics. Fluid dynamics is how objects channel in water or fluids. Using the water column to test aerodynamics of the nose cones, we were able to single out the fastest nose cone shape.
These nose cone shapes include elliptical, archive, parabola, power series, cone, von Karman, and a blunt-shaped nose cone. The blunt nose cone is used as a comparison to determine the least aerodynamic model. These shapes were then dropped into water column filled with water.
This nose cone. This had a streamlined shape and is used on many fighter jets such as the MiG-29, F-15. Shape.
With the help of a physics modeling app, Tracker, we were able to track the velocity of the rockets and map out the most aerodynamic nose cones using the graphic used as a comparison to determine Karman and a blunt-shaped nose cone. The blunt nose cone is used as a comparison to determine the least aerodynamic model. These shapes were then dropped into a water column filled with water, and with the help of a physics modeling app, Tracker, we were able to track the velocity of the rockets and map out the most aerodynamic nose cones using the graphing system.
The results show that the elliptical was the fastest nose cone. This had a streamlined shape and is used on many fighter jets such as the MiG-29, F-15 and the F-22. It allowed for the water to flow around the nose cone quickly and stayed stable throughout its descent into the water column. It is also shaped most like a water droplet, which is one of the most aerodynamic shapes in nature, as water always takes the path of least resistance. The slowest was the cone, the shape that many would default to when drawing a rocket. At its core, it is still aerodynamic, but its simplicity and disregard for nature's flow of movement made it lose out to the other, more advanced designs.
Even the best experiments have mistakes, and with our experiment, the blunt had more mass as compared to the other nose cones. This caused the blunt to have the higher velocity in water due to the greater mass, and the blunt ended up being the third fastest nose cone, when in reality it should have been lost. Due to the water column and the rockets being powered by gravity, the real world would have rockets oppose gravity, and so the weights would need to be kept at a minimum. Due to this, the experiment did not have perfect accuracy, but the elliptical can be trusted as the fastest nose cone.
So there you go. They said it too. The water droplet.
Most people have no clue that in 2023, the best way to make money on Amazon is not with physical products. It's Amazon's other company, Audible. And the best part is it's literally a done-for-you system. You're not buying any merchandise. You're not storing any merchandise. You're not shipping any merchandise. And you need zero tech skills.
See, one of my ideas is a 3-stage model rocket, but because I want to have the smallest rocket go out the furthest. I think the 3 could have been netted together on that and let it through and having the middle stage. Yeah, with a longer second stage, so it would have been burning right off the bat and past the first stage.
Pojďte, pane Chváti, pozdní příchod.
Zadáši, koukni si vedle, tě vidět, na tebe nejsou zvědaví, vedle si stoupni. No, na tebe nejsou zvědaví.
Martine, ty nevidí.
Doprava nebo doleva?
Off we go. Are you good? Okay, thanks.
Straight out. Just coming out. There it is. I lost him. They're going to reappear up here somewhere. Where's the other piece that goes into the other? Clear. Dive. Go for it.
Daily on. And
In about 30 minutes, I'm going to need an update of the area and the weather conditions. That'll be in about 30 minutes. I'll need that information. Call me when you have it. That'd be great.
All right, roger that. In 30 minutes at 15:20, you will need an update of the weather and an update of all the traffic in the box, correct?
That's a good copy. BRD standing by.
Copy that. Freedom Star standing by, 9132.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff.
There it is, right there. There they are, right above us. See them? Right next to each other, right here. Right there. Straight up.
Right now we're just in this area right here. We started out, here was the MSP. This is all the drift rate that we had for the frustum that we just picked up. And then right now the boosters have drifted south, so we're in this area right here.
And we have deployed our divers for the underwater assessment on the left hand, which will be commencing in a moment.
In fact, I'd go to the other side of the riser, yeah. Where's this 180, right? Right. You want to get that on the other side of it, or is that where you want it? No, that's perfect. That's perfect. All right.
Originality is overrated. Want to cook something new? Watch this. Want to invest?
Hi, it's me, Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut. NASA just announced the lunar landers for the Artemis program, and to everyone's surprise, SpaceX's massive Starship is actually one of the landers that NASA chose alongside Blue Origin and Dynetics proposals. Whoa. And this brings up a lot of questions, some of which we'll answer in my next video. Should NASA just cancel SLS and use Starship and or other commercial launchers for Artemis, where we're going to dive deep into why NASA isn't just using Starship entirely and why they're only looking to use it as a lunar lander. But today, I think we need to settle a lot of debates here first about these two rockets, and now more than ever, it's time we truly pit them head to head. Because this very well might go down in the history books as some serious irony that these two rockets even exist at the same time. I mean, despite these two vehicles having very similar capabilities, you couldn't come up with two more opposite vehicles with two drastically different engineering philosophies. I mean, one rocket has been meticulously designed and built for years and years by seasoned rocket engineers, and the other is being built in a field in Texas by a patchwork team of space cowboys, some of whom previously built water towers. So today, let's take a look at the history and the progress of Starship and SLS, including the Orion capsule and everything else necessary for the Artemis missions, their design considerations, and lastly, their capabilities. Once we do that, I think we can answer the question, how is it possible that two rockets like SLS and Starship even exist at the same time? Should they exist at the same time? I mean, one is easily the most ambitious rocket ever conceived and actually being worked on, and the other is living in the past. I mean, literally reusing old parts from retired space shuttles. How on earth did we even wind up here? Two of the most powerful rockets ever made going online at roughly the same time. Well, we've got a lot to cover, so let's get started.
3, 2, 1.
Before we get too far into this video, just wanted to give a quick fun shout out to this awesome lunar mission shirt that I'm wearing. At the end of this video, I'll challenge you to find the Easter egg in this shirt. We'll talk more about that later at the end. Okay, have you ever spent 2 months researching, shooting, editing, and animating a video only to get it completely done and then find out the day before you were planning to release it that every single bit of your video needs to be blown up and you need to reassemble the scraps? Oh yeah, no, I have no idea what that's like. If you're one of my Patreon supporters, you're probably laughing right now at how different this video is from just what you saw earlier this week, which I'll keep up in there in Patreon just for posterity's sake. So please forgive me if you can tell that I've shot this video in pieces, because I have. But there's a lot of good info in here that we need to get to you, because you guys know me. Once I got into the topic of SLS versus Starship, I maybe got a little too carried away answering my own questions, diving in deep, and correcting a lot of assumptions that, quite frankly, I had wrong. But I've boiled this topic all the way down, and we're going to cover all the bases in great depth, because this is nuts, and you guys debate this all the time. So we have a lot to settle. Now, because we've got so much to cover, and just like all my long videos, here's the timestamps if you need a reference for later. But seriously, don't skip through this video. You'll be shocked at some of the things that I learned, at least about the history and the progress, and of course some of the conclusions as well. And I've got quick links to these topics and an article version of this video in the description too. Okay, right off the bat, we've got to make one thing clear. NASA and SpaceX are not competitors. If you love SpaceX, you can thank NASA for that. NASA is SpaceX's biggest customer and their biggest supporter, so let's keep that in mind. As if that wasn't obvious now that NASA is literally investing in Starship for the Artemis program and seeing NASA plastered all over SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket for the Commercial Crew program, the relationship with NASA and SpaceX goes back to pretty much the beginning of SpaceX. I mean, after all, if it weren't for NASA's initial investment of nearly $400 million for the Falcon 9 and Dragon capsule, well, then plus the multi-billion dollars for the CRS and Commercial Crew contracts, SpaceX most certainly wouldn't be where they are today. NASA does incredible things, vital research and science that no private company would or really ever could do. And they do a lot of behind-the-scenes things that can often go unnoticed. In my last video that compared SLS and Starship 2 years ago, back in the Tim inexplicably wore a high-altitude Russian flight suit in his bedroom days, I really drilled into why it's not fair to compare NASA, the organization, directly to SpaceX, the private company. As you probably know, in general, I'm Team Space, and I like to encourage my audience to fight tribalism and not just think one thing is the best and therefore everything else sucks. But when it comes to NASA building and operating a rocket, then we can properly compare the pros and the cons of those two systems. Because I already know there's plenty of you out there that are orange rocket bad, shiny rocket good, and vice versa. So let's come together, sing Kumbaya a little, and celebrate the fact that we have multiple mega rockets in existence. Yes. Okay, now that the hand-holding's out of the way, let's define the term Super Heavy Lift Launch Vehicle, so you know why we're not including rockets like Blue Origin's upcoming New Glenn or other heavy lift launchers in this comparison. The aerospace industry considers a super heavy lift launcher as a rocket that can carry more than 50 tons into orbit. Super heavy lift launchers can of course put bigger things into orbit, but what that really means is having enough capability to potentially send large things to the moon or get probes on direct trajectories to our outer solar system without time-consuming gravity assists, potentially getting to outer solar system destinations almost 3 times faster. Historically, there's only been 5 super heavy lift launchers to ever fly, and only 4 of those were actually successful. They're the Saturn V, which could lift 140 tons, the Soviet Union's unsuccessful N-1 that could have lifted 95 tons, then there's also the Soviet Union's twice-flown Energia rocket, which could fly 100 tons. SpaceX's Falcon Heavy technically can loft about 64 tons if SpaceX chose to expend all 3 boosters. Although this has never happened and may never happen, it does make Falcon Heavy technically a super heavy lift launch vehicle. Although when all 3 cores are reused, its payload capability is more like 30 tons. And lastly, the Space Shuttle, which if you include the orbiter as part of its payload capability, it could technically put 122.5 tons into orbit. Now we should probably point out real quick, by that same logic, if you included, say, the core stage of the SLS, which can get into orbit if they wanted it to, that would in that same way add another 80 tons to its payload capacity. But the shuttle was just a different beast, and you kind of in some ways had to factor in the orbiter as payload that went orbital, but the actual deployable payload capacity was really only about 27 tons. Although there was a proposed Shuttle C to make it super heavy, but okay, tangent. Let's keep going. So if humans are to return to the moon ASAP, or especially if we're going to get to Mars, we absolutely need to have some serious capabilities. Of course, I think we're long overdue for these kinds of missions. I want humans on the moon again in 4K. Well, actually, let's make it 8K. Let's just send MKBHD up there with some of his cameras. Now, before we get started with SLS and Starship facts, in case you've been living under a rock, we are currently working on getting back to the moon with NASA's Artemis program, and a substantial amount of work, funds, and goals have been laid out. So during this video, you're going to hear Artemis thrown around quite a bit. Although we could lump in the upcoming space station around the moon, Gateway, into Artemis, we're really just going to focus on the SLS rocket, the Orion capsule, and the human lander system, which, to be clear, SLS is to Artemis as the Saturn V was to the Apollo program. And right now the Gateway is being skipped for the first crewed lunar landing or two, and although a lot of things are drawn up and in progress for Gateway, we're just going to focus on the landing on the moon and the hardware that's directly involved in that.
Why don't you own commercial real estate? Yes, you. Why don't you own commercial property? After all, just one commercial deal can dramatically impact your financial life forever. Just imagine one commercial deal paying all of your monthly expenses month after month after month. It can be done. Others are doing it, and so can you. So what's holding you back? Are you just not sure what to do or how to get started? Well, I can help you. Here's what I want you to do. Go ahead and get your free copy of my best-selling book, Commercial Real Estate for Beginners. The link will appear right here. Go ahead and click on it. No catches, no strings attached. The link will appear right here. And I'll also include free access to my video course, How to Buy Your First Commercial Property. Hi, I'm Peter Harris, and I've helped countless people become financially independent with commercial real estate investing. And I believe I can help you too. You see, commercial real estate has created more millionaires than any other investment vehicle out there. It has stood the test of time in all market cycles, regardless of where we are in the economy. And it is the most tried and true pathway to financial independence. So, to get you started on your journey, go ahead and click on the link here, download my best-selling book, Commercial Real Estate for Beginners. Also, I give you free access to my course, my video course, How to Buy Your First Commercial Property. My hope for you is that the next time someone were to ask you, do you own commercial real estate? You can say yes.
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of its players, pursuing lives of adventure, warfare, and prosperity. They share this existence in the biggest single shard, free-to-play MMO of all time. Set 21,000 years in the future, EVE takes place in a distant cluster of over 7,000 star systems known as New Eden. It is a rich and diverse universe featuring densely populated havens of relative safety governed by 4 great empires. Hostile systems where player alliances make the rules. Even regions of anomalous and unexplored space that hold their own secrets. You play as a capsuleer, a revered breed of highly trained pilot, having achieved immortality through the use of cloning technology. You navigate the universe encased in an armored capsule deep within your ship, where you have complete neural control and function as one. There are hundreds of ships to fly in EVE. Everything from small, nimble craft and versatile mid-range vessels to formidable warships and colossal freighters. Each has advantages and suited role, but all are completely customizable as you decide how to equip and arm them. What you do in New Eden is entirely up to you. Eve's immense sandbox gives you the opportunity to choose between multiple professions and activities. The key to this unique customization of your playstyle is skill training. This is a passive process, and it continues whether you are in or out of game. As a new player, you can focus on one specific area in order to quickly reach the same level of specialization as a veteran. So be adventurous and explore new avenues of development for your character, as you can always change role and reinvent yourself if desired. If you want to fight, combat in EVE can involve solo missions against non-player adversaries, or small group skirmishes, while for some, it can even be the thrill of fleeting up with thousands of fellow pilots and battling over disputed territory. If you want to explore, then the discovery of uncharted space and ancient regions that promise riches, danger, and adventure await you. You can also engage in the business of prosperity, be it industry, mining, or even interstellar piracy. The beauty of life in New Eden is that all of these activities, and many more, can be done alone.
We're going to set some records straight here before we pit these two rockets head to head, because I think a lot of people have the wrong idea when it comes to how and why NASA pursued SLS and Orion in the first place, and how they fit into the Artemis program. After the Space Shuttle Columbia tragedy, NASA started to rethink its next steps and began looking to a low Earth orbit replacement to the shuttle, and also started to set its sights on deep space exploration, and needed to build a big rocket in order to do so. NASA's original vision was the Constellation program, which would be a crew transportation replacement for the shuttle with the Ares 1 and a new deep space rocket called Ares 5. After slow progress and massive cost overruns pointed out in the 2009 Augustine Commission report, the Constellation program wound up being canceled. So the NASA Authorization Act of 2010 directed NASA to develop a space launch system, capable of lifting 70 to 100 tons to low Earth orbit and evolvable to 130 tons or more. The vehicle must be able to lift the Orion crew vehicle since its development was so far along and NASA was required to work with existing partners when available. As we know, NASA, instead of an Ares 1 low Earth orbit vehicle, ended up hiring commercial partners to send cargo and eventually crew to the ISS with the Commercial Crew Program, and NASA was tasked with a more focused and leaner rocket. The thought was to roll out a massive rocket quickly and efficiently, as their directive required the vehicle to be operational by December 31st, 2016. NASA performed a figures of merit analysis and narrowed it down to 5 different variations of a launch vehicle. Some of them were getting pretty exciting, with a 10-meter wide core diameter and oxygen-rich staged combustion engines. The analysis weighed the options of affordability being 55%, schedule 25%, performance 10%, and programmatic 10%. NASA landed on what we now know as the SLS. And although SLS and Ares 5 look very similar, SLS was technically a fairly blank slate design, but it definitely took cues from the rocket proposal called Direct, in which SLS would lean heavily on the literal leftover parts and facilities from the space shuttle as a quick and easy way to prototype and test out the most powerful rocket ever built. Unlike the Commercial Crew Program we know today, NASA would continue to work with the contractors from the shuttle using the familiar cost-plus contracting funding scheme, which basically means, here's how much money we're going to give you to get it done, but we'll also pick up the bill on anything that goes over budget. With funding hovering around $1.5 billion for SLS development per year since 2011, and the Orion capsule receiving a little more than $1 billion a year, the contractors were assured to have plenty of resources to make it happen, but while staying within a realistic NASA budget, which matched the funding levels during the shuttle era. But the problem with cost-plus contracting is it offers very little to no incentive to remain on budget or especially on schedule. In fact, timeline slips literally means more money for the contractors, and the prime contractor for SLS, Boeing, set to receive the most money for the project. Now, although NASA does performance reviews of their contractors, they've been scrutinized for being too easy on some of them. More on that later. So in order to keep some of these contractors, employees, and members of Congress happy, keeping the rocket's heritage close to the space shuttle ensured that funds would continue to be appropriated to shuttle contractors, or so the thought was. So although SLS does literally seem like a giant wingless space shuttle, it's really had many changes to make the vehicle have higher performance and lower costs than the space shuttle's parts. Here's a quick rundown on the changes. The SLS will have 5-segment solid rocket boosters as opposed to the 4-segment SRBs the space shuttle had, lacking any recovery hardware and featuring a redesigned plug that keeps squirrels and stuff out of it, with the redesign ensuring debris won't potentially damage the nearby RS-25 nozzles on ignition. The core stage, which although it looks like a space shuttle's external fuel tank, there's virtually nothing in common with the external fuel tank other than its color and its 8.4 meter diameter. It uses a new aluminum, AL2219, different construction and welding techniques, and even a different spray foam. People definitely tend to think it's literally a stretched external fuel tank, me included, but again, it shares almost nothing in common, mostly because SLS will have structural loads going down through the top of the tank as opposed to hanging off the side of the tank. The RS-25s have been tweaked quite a bit since the space shuttle and have increased their power output from 104.5% to 109% or 111% in an emergency. But again, just like the SRBs, the RS-25D and later the RS-25E variants will of course not be recovered on SLS. Just a fun side note, those percentage numbers are based on the original rated thrust of 1.6 meganewtons at sea level. After some tweaks in the space shuttle's main engines, they wound up being able to be throttled up beyond their original design during the shuttle's program and are being pushed even further with SLS. Another cost-saving and timeline-helping decision was to initially fly the SLS with quite literally the upper stage from ULA's Delta IV and Delta IV Heavy, known as the Delta Cryogenic Second Stage, or DCSS. Only it's been modified to fit on top of the 8.5 meter wide core stage, have different hydrogen tanks, and more reaction control fuel. This configuration is known as the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, or ICPS. SLS is intended to have a much more powerful upper stage known as the Exploration Upper Stage, which is considered to be part of the Block 1B upgrade and makes SLS much more capable. Next, we need to talk about the Orion capsule. It sits on top of this whole vehicle for the Artemis missions. The Orion capsule is a fairly traditional crew capsule and in some ways is a newer and embiggenated version of the Apollo capsule. But although it does look quite similar, it's a lot bigger than it might appear. At 5 meters wide versus the Apollo capsule's 3.9 meters wide and sporting an impressive 9 cubic meters of volume compared to 6.2 cubic meters, it'll be quite a bit roomier and capable of up to 6 astronauts. Although it'll probably only fly 4 for the Artemis missions versus Apollo's 3, which could technically fit 5. Well, barely. The Orion capsule used to be called the Crew Exploration Vehicle when it was in development for the Constellation program, but it has changed quite a bit and now features another cost-saving measure, which is a service module based on ESA's automated transfer vehicle. But one thing we need to mention that's still new to this whole lineup, and it's still in progress, and is definitely required for the Artemis program to land on the moon, and that is, of course, the actual lunar lander. And that brings us up to today. So far, everything we've talked about and discussed is only capable of getting humans into lunar orbit with SLS and Orion, because there really still isn't the capability to carry up a lunar lander with SLS Block 1 or even with the SLS Block 1B. But NASA has officially selected 3 very, very different lunar landers for the Artemis program, and each one has until 2021 to draw up exactly how they'll get their landers to the moon. You know, some proposals could actually wind up still sending modules alongside Orion in the upgraded Block 1B SLS. But to get to the moon for Artemis 3, which will use a Block 1 SLS, the lander will need to fly on a separate commercial rocket, or 2, or 3, or another SLS. depending on how big this thing ends up being, because Artemis hardware is big. This portion of Artemis is a lot closer to the commercial crew program than it is to SLS and Orion. NASA has just a set of requirements, but is letting the contractors put out proposals and doing so in a way that's incredibly quick and ambitious in the best attempt to get humans on the moon by 2024. NASA will not own and operate the spacecraft like they do for SLS and Orion. So this does mean that we will need at least 2 rockets per crewed mission to the moon for the Artemis program, likely even 3, maybe even 4. So we'll talk about the options the human lander system's proposals could use in the next video when we look at what other options NASA has if they just full-blown canceled SLS in favor of Starship and other commercial options. So let's talk about Starship.
Starting an online store is easier than you think. Let me show you how to quickly open one with Shopify. First, go to shopify.com and start a free trial. Next, create a beautiful online store without any design or coding skills. Use one of Shopify's professional templates and easily change fonts, colors, and images. Next, add products. Just upload a photo and give your product a name, description, and set the price. Activate Shopify payments and enjoy 0 transaction fees. Now let's open your store. Just remove the password and ta-da! Your store is live and ready to take orders. Are you ready to join the millions of businesses already using Shopify? Go to shopify.com and open your online store today.
Oh, the first day that we signed up for Monday.com, our department was already able to connect our processes, our software, actually everything into one centralized place. So the first day. Before Monday.com, our teams worked on different platforms. We couldn't find stuff. Things were falling through the cracks. Monday.com didn't just close these gaps, they sealed them shut. Like every detail of our work now has a place on a platform that's easy to use. That means that anybody in the department can easily track any process or project. At any given time, I can rely on Monday.com to tell me who's working on what and where everything stands. It's made our team faster, more agile. We're just better.
If you're new to the scene of Starship or SpaceX, you might not realize how far back this thing actually goes. Basically, since SpaceX started, there's been talks of doing a BFR or a Big Falcon rocket. And unlike SLS, the actual engineering and development had mostly been behind closed doors since the early days. And really, going back before SpaceX's start, propulsion engineer and employee number 1, Tom Mueller, had built a BFR rocket engine in his high-powered rocket club, Reaction Research Society, and yes, the naming scheme does come from Doom's BFG. Fun side note, Tom's BFR engine was a pintle injector engine that was targeting 10,000 pounds of thrust, and Tom was facing off against David Crisali, who built a more traditional flat-face injector. Tom's design won out and eventually kind of became the basis for the Merlin engine. But the BFR vehicle didn't really gain any public notice until around 2012, when Elon would mention a huge rocket dubbed Mars Colonial Transporter that SpaceX would add to their lineup. But at this time, SpaceX was still a relatively small company, only having launched 3 Falcon 9s to date. After that, rumors were swirling about a Falcon X, a Falcon X Heavy, and Falcon XX rocket that would be their next mega rockets. It wouldn't be until 2016 at the International Aeronautical Congress in Guadalajara, Mexico, that the world would really get a sense for what SpaceX was actually working on. And yes, that was that super weird press conference where everyone asked ridiculous questions. Well, not everyone.
Hello, Elon. Tim Dodd here, the Everyday Astronaut with Spaceflight Now. You show it going into orbit with the 100 passengers and then refueling it 3 to 5 times and then doing your Mars injection. Right. Is this the plan, or is it to have a fully fueled, IPT or MCT or whatever, and then put passengers on board? Or can you tell me a little bit about that process?
The plans Elon showed were properly ludicrous, maybe even plaid. something the world had never seen legitimately proposed. A fully reusable 12-meter wide, 122-meter tall rocket with 42 full float stage combustion methane-powered rocket engines on its first stage. Then 6 vacuum engines and 3 more sea-level engines on the upper stage, an advanced carbon composite construction, and sporting a nutty 300-ton payload capacity. It was known as the Interplanetary Transportation System. After 2016, we saw some tweaks year to year, with the biggest change actually being an unbeginning change when suddenly the rocket shrunk to 9 meters in diameter, and the capability shrunk with it. Around this time, SpaceX started calling it BFR again and announced plans to send Japanese billionaire Yusaku Maezawa on a trip around the moon for Dear Moon. But maybe another big change was the decision to shift away from carbon composite construction and instead utilize stainless steel. Then the name Starship finally came into existence. And not to be confusing, the entire system is called Starship, but so is the upper stage on its own. The booster is called Super Heavy. So we can loosely say Starship, meaning Starship and Super Heavy, but we could also just be talking about the upper stage. Kind of like how you can point to corn and say, hey, look, that's corn. If it's off the cob and in a bowl, you'll still call it corn. But when it's on the cob, you might say it's corn on the cob. God, you can tell I'm from Iowa, can't you? In 2019, SpaceX held a press event in front of a full-size Starship mock-up prototype in Boca Chica, later known as Mark 1. By this point, the design was iterating less and less, and now the upper stage was to have only 2 fins that act like giant air brakes. Now, I already did a video explaining the reasons why they likely went from 2 fins instead of 3, and that's a fun video. But that pretty much gets us up to speed on Starship, since most of the development had been behind closed doors and on SpaceX's own terms. I think now would be a good time to go through the progress of these 2 programs, add up what exactly has been built, and see if we can get a better sense of their wildly different design philosophies. So this is a segment I've wanted to do for a while. Skeptics of Starship will point to all the blown up test articles and say, see, they can't even build a tank. While skeptics of SLS say, it's been a decade and nothing has happened. So let's lay out all the hardware that's been built. This will be pretty comprehensive, but not a full, complete list of absolutely everything. We'll at least get out some of the major milestone things. Starting with SLS and Orion, there's quite a lot more hardware that's been completed and tested than you might think. So far we've seen over a dozen Orions be used between Ares 1X, different abort tests, mock-ups, and drop test units. There's been a mostly feature-complete flight of a legit Orion capsule in 2014 on top of a Delta IV Heavy for EFT-1. I was at that mission and it was absolutely incredible. There's been a test of a full-size hydrogen tank of SLS that lasted over 5 hours at 260% of its structural rating at Marshall Space Center in 2019. All of the hardware for the first all-up test of SLS and Orion for the Artemis 1 mission is pretty much ready for final assembly. The core stage is currently on the test stand preparing to do a full duration static fire. The 5 segments of each SRB are ready to be stacked. The launch abort system is ready. The actual Orion capsule has finished all of its testing and is back at Kennedy Space Center awaiting its upcoming launch around the moon. The interim cryogenic propulsion stage has been ready to go for years. The Orion service module is ready. Literally, all of the hardware for Artemis 1 is completed and finishing up testing and then integrations. In total, there's 16 RS-25Ds, 4 of which are currently integrated onto the core stage, and 14 of those RS-25s previously flew on shuttle missions. There's enough solid rocket booster segments to make up 16 boosters. There's also 4 more RL-10 engines ready to be used for upper stages. And now that the manufacturing lines and practices are in place, parts for Artemis 2 are coming together, including the LOX tank, hydrogen tank, inner tank, forward skirt, engine section, the pressure vessel for Orion, its service module, heat shield, launch abort tower, and other bits of hardware too. And of course, as mentioned, the RS-25s and booster segments are complete too. But that's not all. Artemis 3 hardware is also coming together already too, including parts of Orion, the SLS hydrogen tank, parts of the service module, and again, the engines and solid rocket motors. This is what's been accomplished and completed throughout the last decade-ish. So how is that compared to Starship's progress? Starship's progress is very different. The Raptor engine started development around 2012, and since then, here's a list of what we've seen built and tested. To date, there's been over 26 Raptor engines built, many of which are in pieces now, and likely only a handful that are truly flight capable at this point. But that number is changing rapidly, as SpaceX has cranked out pretty much all of those in just 2019 alone. And if we ignore the progress and the test articles for anything carbon composite and or 12-meter diameter Starship, again, almost everything we're about to list was built within the last year. Starting with Starhopper, which is the only Starship prototype to really fly. Well, on purpose at least, with 2 flights. A 20-meter hop and a 150-meter hop. Then we saw the Mark 1 full-scale prototype come together. At the same time, SpaceX was building a similar prototype in Cocoa, Florida, as a way for 2 different teams to work on different methods of construction in a friendly competition. Mark 2, as it was known, has since been abandoned and is still just hanging out there. Then we saw the 2 teams come together at the end of 2019 to finish and test the Mark 1 prototype, which failed when testing, which was kind of expected because they were already working on the next one, which would be called serial number 1, and that's when they switched from the Mark to serial number nomenclature. There's been 3 subscale pressure test articles that have tested the welds and the ability to hold pressure at cryogenic temperatures around this time too. They tested serial number 1, which kind of imploded when its bottom fell off. Then we have serial number 3, which also failed due to improper testing procedures. And as of the making of this video, serial number 4 is already complete, and serial number 5 is well on its way. And if I keep trying to update this stupid animation with all the new parts they're making, this video will never come out because they're just making them so quickly. So in other words, SpaceX has built and blown up 3 times more tanks in the last 6 months than SLS has built in the last 6 years. And this is where we see the massive differences in the building, testing, and overall philosophies. Time to dig into this for a second.
Why join an award-winning platform to invest in stocks, crypto, and more? I could tell you, or I could let them do.
By now, you've already probably got a really good sense of the design differences and philosophies just by seeing how these 2 programs have developed over time. But there's a few things that really drill in just how different they truly are. So let's start by putting ourselves in NASA's shoes. NASA, being government funded, has to do things quite a lot differently than a private company with private funding. But perhaps the biggest thing they can't really do is take big risks. When building something as massive, complex, and ambitious as SLS, you really need to account for absolutely everything before you start sending out the instructions to the contractors. If you start telling contractors to start building something and then something changes in the plan, all of that work is for naught. And this compounds when you have dozens of contractors and government supporting employees all relying on each other to have their parts done on time. Imagine if a key part gets delayed a year. What are the government employees supporting that system supposed to do? You can't just lay them off for a year and then bring them back onto the project. They're gonna go find new work. You can't really reassign them to something else. It's not like a propulsion engineer is now just going to move over to the other rocket NASA is currently working on. There's a lot of inherent costs per year that are just simply sunk costs in running a program of this scale. So although it's inherently less risky and inefficient, there's also a safety net for having multiple contractors and space centers spread throughout the country, which massively helps make it more appealing to Congress. So although it is inefficient, it at least does help ensure the program's survival and that it continues to be funded. And this is especially true when you realize that it's been written into law that the upcoming Europa Clipper, a probe to Jupiter's moon, Europa, is legally mandated to fly on SLS. And perhaps most nutty about that fact is that $250 million has been added to the program because there won't be an SLS rocket until at least 2025, despite the probe being ready by 2023. But in the long run, this law did help keep a program moving forward and being funded during what could be very uncertain times with changing administrations. Now, this obviously isn't ideal at all, but if you're worried about your program's survivability and not just having your entire vision have to shift 180 degrees every 4 to 8 years, doing things like this is just kind of part of the game, for better or worse. But don't forget, NASA's budget is only about 0.5% of our national budget, and the human spaceflight programs aren't even half of that. So in general, the primary philosophy of building SLS is to plan ahead and take little risks, because there really isn't much room to fail when you have to answer to the taxpayers why their money literally went up in smoke. Now compare this to Starship. Starship development is literally about as blank slate as it gets. SpaceX started not with detailed blueprints, but quite literally started by just learning what questions to ask and how to frame the constraints of what their vehicle should do. SpaceX seems to have wound up with two main objectives: be fully and rapidly reusable, and have a capability large enough to be useful in getting humans onto other celestial bodies. That's really about it. And then start to work backwards. The next most pinned down item that helps to answer that question is developing an engine that is efficient and massively reusable. Like I talked about in my video about SpaceX's Raptor engine, a methane-powered full flow stage combustion cycle engine fits the needs of those goals perfectly. From there on, the whole thing is pretty much just a giant playground. Hence, when we saw that sudden and unexpected pivot from carbon fiber to stainless steel, you get a sense of just how important it is for SpaceX to just start flying so they have a starting point to iterate on when you hear Elon explain why it was so important to make the switch.
Taking the general approach of if a design is taking too long, the design is wrong. And therefore the design must be modified to accelerate progress. One of the most fundamental errors made in advanced development is to stick to a design even when it is very complicated, and to not strive to delete parts and processes. It's incredibly important. So this is why the switch to steel was because the advanced carbon fiber was taking too long.
Right. This is why we're seeing so many random things happening down there at Boca Chica, Texas with the development of Starship. It's why it's kind of silly to even bother asking about future plans anymore, which of course I'm as guilty of as anyone. Because everything depends on what's going to happen with the current step, and the step in development after that will be based on the results of the previous step, and etc., etc. It's a similar philosophy to something known as the Agile model, which is standard in software development, which makes sense because of Elon's original background in software. Basically, you don't work on step 2 until step 1 is done. Planning ahead any further, and you're very likely going to have to just undo work. Now this is quite literally the exact opposite of SLS, where everything needs to have an exact plan, because if you end up building the rocket 3 meters shorter than the blueprints, all of a sudden your entire ground support system will change too. And by the way, pretty much this exact thing has basically happened with SLS and its mobile launch tower. But everything for Starship is still on the table at the moment. I mean, we're literally seeing them build a factory around a rocket instead of vice versa. And frankly, this is pretty risky, but it's also much easier to do because SpaceX is so vertically integrated, meaning changes and decisions don't have nearly as big of a ripple effect as the other more traditional methods. But just know, we will see more hardware fail. We will see some setbacks. We will likely see explosions, but unlike SLS, not only is it okay to fail, it's halfway expected as a way to learn and prototype with lower costs and greater speed. Elon has said over and over in some way or another, failure is an option here. If things are not failing, you are not innovating enough. This is very similar to the Soviet Union's design philosophy. Basically, build something as cheap as possible, test it out, if it blows up, see what went wrong, make improvements, repeat. And it definitely gave them a leg up in the space race during early development. So say you blow up a rocket that you built in a month. Oh well, learn from it. SpaceX will build another rocket in less time than it'll take NASA to fuel up and test fire the SLS once. And that's just simply a huge, huge difference in philosophies. Okay, I think it's time we really stack these rockets up side by side to help figure out just how they really compare when we look at their nuts and bolts. We've already touched on each vehicle's dimensions, so here they are again on screen. For now, we'll just compare some initial builds of each rocket, so the Block 1 and Block 1B of SLS, and the roughish version of Starship as it currently stands. But definitely keep in mind that Starship will change a lot, pretty much every time one gets built for the first dozen or two. But SLS could also change quite a bit too if Block 1B goes online. But while we're at it, let's throw up the Saturn V and the Falcon Heavy, just so we have some extra perspective on how these vehicles really compare. As they stand today, SLS is big, really big, but Starship will be huge. Now let's talk engines and their fuels. Falcon Heavy has 27 sea-level Merlin engines and a single vacuum-optimized Merlin engine on its upper stage, which all run on RP1. Then there's the Saturn V, which had 5 F1 engines on its first stage that ran on RP1, 5 J2 engines on the second stage, and a J2 engine on the third stage that ran on hydrogen. As we know, SLS has 2 SRBs, 4 RS-25s running on hydrogen, and the Block 1 has only a single RL-10B2 on its upper stage, and the Block 1B will have 4 RL-10s that all run on hydrogen. Lastly, Starship has 37 engines on its Super Heavy booster and 6-ish Raptor on Starship. This number is very subject to change, and it's relatively easy for SpaceX to do so because of the small size of the Raptor engine. Next, let's take a look at their thrust at liftoff. As always, this is pretty fun. The Falcon Heavy is the baby here at 22.8 meganewtons, followed by the mighty Saturn V at 35.1, then the SLS at 39.1, and lastly, Starship will be the king here at 72 meganewtons as it currently stands. Now, we've already gone over some of these rockets' low Earth orbit capabilities, so let's add SLS and Starship back into this. Now notice we are going to be showing performance for SLS Block 1 and the Block 1B upgrade, but their low Earth orbit capabilities are virtually the same since it's the core stage that pretty much drops them off into orbit. But now, let's show how much mass they can shoot off to the moon, otherwise known as a translunar injection or TLI, since we're talking about lunar missions here anyway. Quick note, this isn't necessarily how much a vehicle can put into lunar orbit, just how much it could shoot off to the moon. You still need to get into lunar orbit with your spacecraft. In the case of Orion or Apollo, that's done with the service module. And this is technically a C3 of minus 0.99 to be exact, which is the measurement of the characteristic energy to get to a certain point in space. Falcon Heavy, when reused, can sling about 9 tons to the moon if all 3 cores land downrange on drone ships, or about 15 tons when expended. Then we have the Saturn V that could send 48.6 tons to the moon. Then SLS Block 1 can take 27.5 tons, and the 1B version can take up to 43 tons. Now you might ask, how can a more powerful rocket get less to the moon than the Saturn V? Well, that interim cryogenic propulsion stage is seriously undersized for the size of rocket. But oddly, even with the Block 1B and the 4 RL-10 powered exploration upper stage, the SLS can still only send 43 tons to the moon, so that's shy of what the Saturn V was capable of, which, quite frankly, that's kind of baffling to me. And Starship is a little more confusing when it comes to TLI. Starship on its own cannot do a translunar injection. Because of its massive 120-ton dry mass, lugging all that dead weight all the way out to the moon doesn't work out without it being refueled. Now, of course, in-orbit refueling is 100% part of the plan for Starship. But we'll talk about that more in an upcoming video where I'm going to talk about Starship using a kick stage versus Starship refueling. So now here's where we're going to go into a deep, deep rabbit hole. So hold on to your butts. We're going to talk price. And this is not an easy thing to talk about. You'll see why. And all these numbers you're about to see are adjusted for 2020 US dollars. Let's start off with what I'm going to call the sticker price. This is the price you could presumably buy a launch. For now, we're kind of ignoring development costs and just what the invoice would be for the launch of said rocket. But we're going to get into the development costs in just a second. But for now, just file these away. And we're also going to look at just the rockets, not the spacecraft like Apollo or Orion. starting with Falcon Heavy at around 90 million when reused and probably around 150 million when expended. The Saturn V was around 1.2 billion, SLS Block 1 and the later Block 1B will be 875 million once production stabilizes, and Starship, well, Elon claims they can launch for 2 million, but let's assume they can do 2 million, but for a while they'd be smart to charge 100 million until the market catches up. So let's just throw 100 million out there as more of a worst case scenario sticker price. Now with these numbers, we can do a very baseline dollar to kilogram ratio, and since we're talking about the moon again, let's only look at how much it costs to send 1 kilogram to the moon on a translunar injection for each of these vehicles. Falcon Heavy can get 1 kilogram to the moon for around $10,000, whether it's reused or expended. Then the Saturn V was about $25,600. SLS Block 1, best case scenario with a stabilized production, is around $31,500, but Block 1B looks quite a bit better at $20,000 per kilogram. And lastly, Starship. Now remember, a single $100 million Starship launch can't get anything on a translunar injection. So it's going to take 2 additional launches to refuel it at an extra $100 million each in order to send 156 tons of payload on a translunar injection, which would wind up costing around $2,000 per kilogram. In case you couldn't tell, we're kind of sandbagging Starship just in case it's way too optimistic. And even so, it's still by far the most economical thing on the chart. But these preliminary costs are taking a lot of assumptions. They don't really factor in development costs, and we've still got a lot to cover on the topic of budgets and costs. So for now, just file this away, because in the next video, we'll really chase all the rabbit holes when it comes to costs.
Let's have the app ready when I'm back.
That's a problem. So we're using the public cloud?
Yes, kinda. We've got HP GreenLake. It's a hybrid cloud that can be anywhere we need it to be.
Sachi's back.
Ivy, are we ready?
We just deployed.
Nice work, team.
Not a problem.
So, how did we get here? How is it that we have 2 completely different, super duper mega rockets going online at the same time? I think the history kind of speaks for itself. When NASA started working on SLS, the thought of a rocket like Starship would have been utterly ludicrous. I mean, even today, many people think it's insane and likely to fail, but Starship is impossible until it's not. And then all of a sudden, literally everything changes. And don't forget, NASA has been working on SLS and Orion for nearly a decade. If SpaceX had approached NASA with the idea of Starship in 2011, it would have been like trying to sell a farmer in 1870 a GPS-guided 9-liter turbo-diesel-powered 4-track 8RX 410 John Deere tractor with an infinitely variable transmission and 85cc displacement integrated hydraulic pump with 227 liters per minute of hydraulic flow, air-conditioned and heated, 10-inch touchscreen displays, and digital monitoring when they were looking to purchase a plow for their horse. They just simply wouldn't have believed you. Oh man, I showed my Iowa again. Sorry. And NASA has had the rug pulled out from underneath them so many times, so many programs getting started, only to change direction and change hands 100 times before the program even has a chance to really get going. So NASA did what they had to do. They took a safe, conservative route, leaning on existing technologies, partners, and program funding schemes to lay out a rocket that would, for better or worse, have a hard time being canceled, so they could at least have truly deep space capabilities for the first time in nearly 50 years. Because I think that's the biggest shocker in all this. It's not Starship. Humanity has Starship coming. Starship is destined because frankly it makes sense to build a fully reusable rocket. Everyone wants that. Everyone wants to do that. No one thinks that's a bad idea. And no one thinks it's never, ever, ever going to happen. But I think the biggest surprise is that it would be almost 50 years before there was a rocket capable of taking humans to the moon after the Saturn V. If you told that fact to the last person to walk on the moon, Gene Cernan, upon his return home in 1972, that no one will have returned to the moon by 2020, he probably would have pulled a Buzz Aldrin and punched you right in the face. It wasn't until the market shifted that rocket technology became achievable not by nations, but by a small handful of brilliant and plucky individuals that could rethink everything and open up commercial options and opportunities that just simply didn't exist before. I know Elon's life goal is to get to Mars, but in the meantime, he'll have completely changed humanity's access to space for the better. And yes, even when you factor in how much rockets pollute, because trust me, I've already done a very, very long video on that too, which is a fascinating topic. You should definitely have a watch. In order to get to Mars, you need a fully reusable, massively capable rocket, and come to find out that insane proposition just so happens to completely shift the economics of spaceflight by orders of magnitude. I mean, the reason we stopped going to the moon in the first place was because it was so expensive, and the United States had clearly measured their genitalia against the Soviet Union, and that just simply wasn't a sustainable way to explore the moon. So speaking of sustainable ways to explore the moon, that's what we'll really dive into in my next video, that by happenstance is mostly done already. So stand by and we'll answer, should NASA just cancel SLS and use Starship and other commercial launchers? So at the end of the day, in my opinion, orange rocket, good enough for now. Shiny rocket, incredible for the very near future. And we as Team Space can celebrate the fact that we live at a time where we get to have two super mega rockets go online at roughly the same time. Yes. So what do you think? Did you learn anything new? Did any of your perspectives change? I know mine did. Honestly, when I started making this video and working on the script, I thought it was a foregone conclusion. I thought that I thought I knew everything, and come to find out it was actually pretty humbling to really go through how all this stuff works and just kind of do a reality check for myself. So let me know if you learned anything or something shifted in your mind. And I'm sure the comments are already still full of SLS versus Starship, which is kind of what this video is about. And I'm probably guessing that I really didn't help to reduce the number of Twitter arguments. Sorry, Joe Barnard. I have a quick list of people I need to thank for helping with this video. First off, Boca Chica Mary and NASA Spaceflight for providing some of these wonderful images of Starship development. I'm sure you're already following them, but in case you haven't, get your butt over there and follow their work. Then I need to thank Kimi Telviti, Casper Stanley, and Martian Days, who all have helped provide some of the beautiful renders you've seen. So definitely shoot them a follow. But also thanks to Declan Murphy from flightclub.io for helping me come up with some of these numbers and crunching some stuff. He started working on a yeet calculator, which is just awesome, thanks to some of the stuff we were working on, trying to figure out which rockets could do what things. So definitely check out flightclub.io and check out his Patreon page if you want to help him do the awesome work he's doing. Speaking of Patreon, I definitely owe a huge thank you to my Patreon supporters who've already heard this video so many times before it comes out. They fact check and do a lot of work for me on the back end, and it's just awesome. We have such an incredible community. So thank you guys for all your help. If you want to help, add your voice, your opinion, do some fact checking, or just hang out with like-minded space people, definitely consider becoming a Patreon supporter where you'll gain access to our exclusive subreddit, our exclusive Discord channel, and exclusive monthly live streams. That's patreon.com/everydayastronaut. Thank you. And while you're online, be sure and check out my web store because we have really cool merchandise like this lunar mission shirt, which, by the way, you didn't even get to see the back yet. Check this out. Now there's actually a little Easter egg here to this t-shirt. So notice it says lunar mission in this photograph, but there's actually more to this photograph. So if you can figure it out, if you can figure out what else is there besides lunar mission, not the remove shoes before entering cabin, but the additional words to lunar mission. If you can figure out what the rest of that says, go ahead and type that in at checkout for a coupon code and you'll get 10% off this t-shirt. So good luck. We have really cool merchandise. They're all hand printed here in the United States, hand sewn on patches. We're constantly making new stuff. Get ready, there's going to be a lot of really cool new things, so check back often because some of the stuff is so cool that even Elon Musk wears it. Seriously. That's everydayastronaut.com/shop. Thanks, everybody. That's going to do it for me. I'm Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut, bringing space down to Earth for everyday people.
For up to 10% off orders, join Uber One now, and up to 10% off takeout. Join Uber One now.
Join Uber One. Order minimums apply. Percentage off discounts only available for participating stores. See uber.com/Uber1 for details.
We got something dismissed in March. Why are you getting arrested every now and then in March?
I have no idea.
You got shit going on all over the place. Yeah, they dismissed it. Date of arrest March 1st, 2023. Your charge number here, I could just type that in and find out, but just curious. Defendant and I don't know what this charge number is.
Okay.
Just curious. Thought maybe you knew because you were staying here that in March, right?
March.
Were you staying here in March?
You were staying here when you was here.
Well, I got here in April. I got here at the end of April.
Yeah, it wasn't here long before you came.
So March 1st he got arrested and now I'm just curious, though maybe you knew.
Yeah, no, he never told me anything about
Got
it.
dismissed. Just saying.
I wonder how the hell did it get dismissed?
I don't know. Look, you got charged with me. My ticket. Cop never showed up at court. No witness. The cop never filed anything to proceed with pressing charges against him, for the red light because I didn't go through it. But the paper that had the accident thing and the cop's name and everything. I had that and the ticket in the house, and then all of a sudden I only saw the ticket. So I don't care. I hope somebody went knocking on the kid's door if I could cop took down a gun and shit. Taking up for each other. I don't go through red lights. The only kind of red lights people go through, it's yellow and you have no choice and you're going to keep going.
Mm-hmm.
I don't blow red. Now, again, what is this doing? It's cute.
Oh, it's making a rocket. Whatever I draw in there, it'll make it.
They make smaller ones than that for now, right?
Oh, they started with really small ones.
And how do you change your colors if you want? Like, say you want it to be.
It's all on here, like.
Then you gotta change that.
Or on the thing itself, like on the computer itself. Before you would do this, you tell it to stop, change the thing, and then you have to change it.
Pretty cool.
But there is some like that you can.
What if you make?
I can make it.
Sugar. We make sugar.
To what this out of sugar, like the string. It can, cause the heat of sugar, it would clog the nozzle.
What do you? Oh.
I mean, I don't know how.
We can't make a little gun.
I don't know how. I mean, I can do anything in plastic and all kinds of plastics and rubber.
Oh, so you could use any kind of material.
That they have so far for it. Like I have upgraded this whole thing, so I can do pretty much everything that's out right now. And then I upgraded the computer inside and then the firmware so I could have everything level. And I could make stuff like this where I make it in the computer piece by piece. Like this I made, and that's the bottom, and I think the other part was in black. I don't know where it went, the exhaust, but this goes on the top.
It does look like it's a rocket almost starting to make.
You see, like that.
Yes.
Once it gets about that high, and then but the motor is
It's just like a spool. They sell that like that, right?
yeah, I got a bunch of them. I have black, I got glow in the dark, and I got clear. I have red. I have nylon. I have rubber. Something rubber.
Why didn't you just go to Lee's house and get my stuff? I'd rather him have done that even when I got in jail there.
Cause he was fucking more worried about the pussy.
I texted him too. I said if he doesn't leave the stuff out, like the safe and all my things, I said go in the back of his blue truck, take the canoe. Because I was eyeing that canoe. I was like, that's a nice canoe. And I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna go get it. Somebody with a truck in the middle of the night. He would come out and had no canoe in his truck. Like when took my jewelry and my fucking camera.
Oh, that was that asshole.
Yeah. Well, I gave him the address. That's why I thought maybe he had a gun on it. Maybe he was going to leave house. If he was going to take it anyway, he's got to leave it in the house there. He's packing everything up. Can't he just say that? No, it doesn't matter. He's not supposed to have it, right? I'll tell him it was mine.
Have one at all.
Tell him it's mine.
And then you get a gun charge.
Yeah, but I'm not a felon.
Oh yeah, it's
So
not
I
as
can have
bad.
it. And I'm from Florida.
It's not as bad.
I mean, I don't know if they would charge me. They'd say, why did he have it? He'd still get in trouble.
I mean, it all depends. Like, what did he do? Where did they find it?
Well, the whole scenario is going to have to come out. That's why I want to find out what happened. Because if I say I was with him and we had to go rush off to the kids, to the grandmother, she's got to go tell the police, Tracy. Tracy has to go there and say it's my fault.
Two people or more.
It's even if I never said anything. If Tracy does, it should be fine. It's the grandmother. She called him. And now I'm going to say something. I'm going to text Taylor today. Your mother needs to, later on, a couple hours, and so your mother needs to go to the judge, to the sheriff, and say, it's my fault because I told him to come. I was very sick and I was watching the kids. But Taylor won't want her to do that because it makes her look bad. Where was she? Where was she with the kids? You know what I mean?
I know, right?
That's what I'm saying. She can't be fucking calling him out and talking shit about him, but he OD and stuff like that when she's not even staying with the kids. Because that's when he's making it sound like, right?
Yeah.
I think maybe he did do something stupid though, because he was texting me, motherfucking her left or right. The night before, yeah, because it's like nothing's packed. The kids stuff is like she doesn't even care, like she's deserting the kids. I don't want my kids to go out their stuff. Blah, blah. I don't know what you're talking about. What was he doing here all that time? I thought he was packing. I thought they were packing. They haven't till the 4th.
He was looking for her.
Yeah, I know, but I get it, but I'm saying like
He's like infatuated.
I just don't understand why he would put himself with trouble for not saying anything.
This one site totally confidential and always rejoin. The best place to meet thousands of girls worldwide.
What is it? I swear to God, my little sister, it's a fucking wallet. Oh my God. That bitch stole my money. Fuck. Stole most of mine. Where is she? Hey, yo, did you steal $30 out of my wallet? Oh! Fuck!
No? But wait, are you okay?
You just punched me in the nuts. No, I'm not okay.
But I didn't mean to. Do you want me to like make sure you're okay?
I can't breathe.
So I should see if you're okay.
Oh my God, why are you touching my nuts right now?
Because that's where I ran into you.
Fuck. Oh
I need to make
God.
sure you're okay.
Stop doing this. You're my sister, okay?
But I'm your stepsister. So it's not that weird. And I need to make sure that you're okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It really hurts. Wait, hold on. Don't take my cock.
But I need to go at it.
Why?
Because I did this, so I need to make sure that you're okay.
Whatever.
Sure. Wait, I've actually never seen one of these before.
A version?
Yeah, my brother. Why are you asking me questions like that?
This is so weird.
Can I take these off? I need to get a better look.
No, I'm not. Why do you want to take my pants off?
So I can get a better look and make sure you're okay.
I'm not okay.
So let me make this better.
Fine. Oh my God. Did you steal money out of my wallet?
No.
Yeah, well, I know you did because I found my wallet in your room.
I didn't put it there.
This is so strange. My sister is jerking me off right now.
It's not that weird. I'm your stepsister.
Oh, God. I don't think you're jerking me off in the pain.
When you say that, I think it's helping. It looks like helping.
Whoa.
Oh, I'm just trying to get better. How was that? You see, you really like this. Stop asking me that question.
It's a little strange that my sister is right now.
Yeah, but it's my first time. I'm just really excited. Am I doing a good job?
Yeah, you're doing good. You're trying. Isn't Mom supposed to be home in a second?
We'll know when she's coming. I didn't know my brother could do all that.
Oh shit, Mom's coming.
What?
Alright, vlog. I'm setting this camera up in order to catch my sister stealing my money. I know she's been stealing it, and now I'm gonna have the proof. I put my wallet in the closet, and I'll try to set it. Hey yo, where'd you get all this new stuff?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the skateboard, that tiara that you're wearing, and where'd you get all this stuff, huh?
I've had all this.
No, you have not. No fact that mom buys this for you.
But I have.
No, you haven't. Yeah, you stole money out of my wallet and bought all that stuff.
I did not.
Yes, you did. Admit it.
I didn't.
Oh,
I'm not
yeah?
gonna admit something I didn't
Hi,
do.
AJ.
Yeah, guess what? You better start admitting because I have proof.
Hi,
Look,
Russell. Hi, Stevie.
evidence that
Hi,
you stole money out of my wallet.
That's not me.
Yeah, it is. You're wearing the exact same outfit. I
It's
know
not
it's you.
me.
Okay. Well, guess what? I'm showing the video to mom, and also give me back this teddy bear because I'm gonna take this back to the store and get my money back.
No, give me back my bear.
No.
I'll tell mom what you did.
I'm great.
If you don't give it back.
What?
What you made me do, about how you made me suck your dick.
No, cooler.
I didn't make you do shit. You did that.
First of all, give me back my bear, and second of all, I want to do what we did again the other day. It was fun.
No, I'm never doing that again. Brothers and sisters don't do that kind of stuff.
But I won't tell otherwise, unless like you don't give me back my bear, then I'll tell mom that you made me.
You're trying to blackmail me right now? Is that what you're doing? You're blackmailing me?
Yeah, and you know what? I want you to do something else. I want you to lick me.
What do you mean?
Down there.
Oh my god.
Go exclusive.
No, I'm not
chat
doing
with
that.
Me, Rocket Dog.
And give back my bear. I'm gonna tell mom that you do all that bad stuff.
Oh my god. If I show the video, you're. Oh my god.
Yeah, but what's the video against what you made me do?
Okay, I'll lick your pussy if I promise not to tell mom that you sucked my dick.
I won't tell mom anything.
Fine. Let's quit. Go to the last part of this. This is the last time.
I was never before.
Coming. I'm coming. Looks like the regular number. Like I didn't even have a fractal attention. Yeah, but it was like. Okay, I got her thing. Hi, Ashley. This is Joseph Allard. I'm good. How are you? Yes, yes, of course. Yeah, it's Donoma, Donoma. Okay, and it's I'm just making sure. Yes. This is my girl's number. My phone was taken from me, but I'm just waiting to get a new phone as soon as I start working again. Yeah, yes, please. Yeah, that's fine. To the phone is better. Yeah, to this phone is better. Samantha. Not right now. I spent a little too long in jail. Yes. Yeah, yep, I do. And my court date is July 10th, so hopefully I won't have anything else after that, but, you know, I'll let you. You know, anyway, so. Oh, that'd be fine if I can record in person because I'll be there, so. Mm-hmm. Oh, but I never got a warrant issued or nothing, right? At that moment. Mm-hmm. You know, the court doesn't know that, and they think that I was supposed to keep calling you no matter what. And I was like, but they told me that I didn't have to call anymore. So I'm like arguing about calling, and I'm like, they told me not to call, like I was trying to call. Like, yeah, okay, and like, cause I was worried first that, they told me that I had to report. You know, my paperwork said the next day and this and that, but then I spent, another 14 days in jail or whatever. But okay, yeah, no, cause I never had like I thought it was all one case. It's always been like. I've always been on pretrial services for both charges, not for just one. So that's why it caught me off guard when I stayed in jail for so long. But yeah. So you were saying, I'm sorry to keep asking you, but you said that I wasn't complying for like 2 months or 2.5 months, something like that, right? And then I started being compliant until when? Until I'm sorry. Yeah, it was like I'd never been in trouble before, so that was like all for me to have to call, and it was like so long in between each one that it just I didn't even think I waited that long. You know, like 2 months. I thought I was like, oh, I'm probably like a week behind. Like, so I would call, and I'm like, oh shit. Okay, thank you so much. And well, the reason why I didn't get a court date, it didn't have to do with my compliance with that, right? Like like from when I first started, you know, calling you guys, and like I wasn't complaining here and there, but I was waiting, always waiting for a court date for for what charges I had. But it didn't, like, it went over a year. Yeah. It's all, it was supposed to be all together, and I guess it's not, but I just had to pay bail for that one. That's why. Yeah, but like all the times before, both charges were part of you guys, you know? So, regardless, I still have to call you for one, so it don't matter. It's the same thing, but I just wanted to make sure, because I was so confused on that whole thing. Like, why did it take so long for them to give me a court date? Like, this could have been done a long time ago if they would have just gave me a court date. But oh yeah, no, no. I mean, I'm talking about like when I first started. Like the whole time I first started, I didn't get a court date until I got in trouble again. You know what I mean? That was the only time I got a court date. I'm like, why did they take so long to give me a court date? Like, so. hmm Yeah, no, it's not your fault. You know, you guys are helping me. So. Okay. Thank you so much. You too. Thank you. Bye. Hi, my name is Joseph Allers. I just wanted to know about how much it would be for a criminal lawyer. Actually, I got a case, and I was just wondering how much it would cost me. Okay. 3070, 820, 3070. Okay. Thank you. Hello, Andrew. This is Joseph Allers. I just wanted to get in touch with you about the case. I finally got out of jail. I tried to send a request form. The last time we went to court, they did let me go, but they held me on the second charge. But I never saw a judge. I never saw anybody about the second charge. I had to get bailed out. So if you can, please give me a call, and I was going to send you an email with a couple things and see what you thought about. The number I have right now is 609-901-2888. Again, the number is 609-901-2888. Thank you. Have a good day. Hold on! Oh my god, let me just fucking run. Aye. Trying to do something on my fucking face. I'm coming right now! Yeah, no, I don't have to talk with her. I just talked to her and said that I don't. Yeah. What happened? I was just emailing my lawyer.
The letter in there?
Hmm?
The letter in there?
Oh yeah.
Baby, Mom's coming out. Yeah. So, I where's the train, from here, to get up there, and I would go to, is it Seaside one, and,
Train?
the closest train in New Jersey to anything.
Hamilton is probably the closest one. And like I said, everything is 30 minutes away from here.
Yeah, I know. I'll have to, like, Uber to, like, get a ride to nothing, and I'll take the train up there. I gotta take the train. Just like, I don't come out of retirement. Yeah, because he doesn't have money, and Richard, he fucking got. He always used to be, but he's not. try it like 4 times. And then you stop and think. Sorry, back to me.
A lot of start from scratch. Here's what I do next year. So I search for books that are maybe have less reviews. So I go to a ghostwriting company and hire an inexpensive ghostwriter to write a book about that topic. And I did a professional book created for that book, and I posted this on Animal as an ebook, print book, any book. That's 3 includes right there. And that's 4 people with Facebook group, help me gather reviews for on Amazon, reviews, what Excel. So that's exactly what I start making my own book. I just mean since we taught this to 100 people, so I lost it over. That's what I don't have time to ask you how process you. But it shows you how to start. The only 2 things you can do this is one, a computer and your connection. If you're curious, it's free. You can click the link down below and register on that page. Now, if you're skeptical or worried that what we're talking about might be a scam, I don't blame you. You know, be skeptical. You should always do your research. And so that's why we created this free training. You can watch it through, learn about yourself, then decide if this is something you want to pursue or not. Also, as a bonus for the training, you will get a free digital copy of our Wall Street Journal book called Freedom Shortcut. This book includes additional resources to help you get started, student success and use of others. And so if you want access to that, just register for the training down below and stay to the end. And it'll be sent directly to your email. So if you've ever wanted a side hustle online that you can do in your spare time and want to pay month after month after month, years, then I highly encourage you to sign up for the training. At the very least, just learn about it. See what it's all about. See if it's for you, and you can decide, I don't want to do it, or this is actually extremely interesting, I want to give this a shot. You really have nothing to lose just by attending. You're also going to get a bunch of cool bonuses, so I strongly encourage you. This is a model that completely changed my life, and I know that if you're taking action on it, you can do the exact same thing for you. So if you want to learn more, simply click the link down below, register for the free training on the next page, and I'll see you later.
Hey everyone, this is a quick video for my students and anyone who might be working the clay from home or maybe in a limited studio space where you don't have access to molds and make something, say, like a tray. So I'm going to be using the slab method, and I'm going to just show some things that you would have readily accessible at home, whether it be like a styrofoam tray that you could use, or I'm also going to show how you can make one of any design using a as board. So hopefully this will help my students who are making or shape projects now who need a tray and are quarantined at home. Hopefully this will solve some of those questions for you as to how do you make that tray. As I said, this video is working with slabs, and my students have a version of slab sticks that we use at school, our slab sticks that we have in different thicknesses. And I have sent home with my students some ink stirrers, 5-gallon ink stirrers. I just cut them in half, so they're still a quarter inch thick, and they're about this size, just a little bit shorter. They work really well. So if you're looking for thick strips at home, you could use something like that. Also, instead of rolling, because my kids don't have our big studio rolling pins at home, it's some cardboard carpet tubes. Those air cores for carpet tubes, they can push on those and they can roll those out just like you would with a wooden rolling pin. If you don't have access to any of those, you could always take a slab and you could throw it by kind of allowing it to hit the bottom first and stretching. That is another way that you can make slab. I do prefer the rolling pin method, though for my students it helps them to get it or an even thickness. And now I'm just finishing rolling out the slab using the thick strips on either side, making sure that I do at least one of the rolling pins. When you are down to the final missile here, on each side of the clay on the side. Then use the rib, you can use the boom typing. Now I have a template, just kind of a rounded square that I did. I'm cutting out a rounded square, and then I'm just cleaning up the edges a little bit, and this is going to be my first mold that I'm making. I'm going to place this in my bowl, and that's going to be your kitchen bowl. I am going to test it with a little bit of cornstarch. Now, I happen to have cornstarch in a shaker, but you could just sprinkle some from your box, or put in a little bowl and apply it with a paintbrush, or even, a paper towel or something. So I've sprinkled some cornstarch on there, and now I'm going to set the cornstarch side down in the bowl. The cornstarch is going to be what's keeping it from getting stuck. And then I can just gently rib this down. So this was just a regular kitchen bowl. I would let that get leather hard, and then I would put it down and clean up my edges. Okay. Next one, I'm just going to use a certain type of tray. Now, you could use either the outside or the inside. If you use the outside, I would try to remember it doesn't have all of the texture on it that this one does. If you put it on the exterior, that also gives you the ability to put a footprint on the day that you slump it. In this case, I am also going to dust it with cornstarch again. And the cornstarch burned out of the home, so it's organic, it's not going to cause a problem. Just light on it. Then again, I'll just press it in. You can also kind of drop it. It fall down in there. Okay. And then again, you could press with a bib. If you're using clay that's not ruggy clay, you could take a sponge and press it in there, but my students have grog clay at home right now, so that would not be good to just sponge that. It would leave a pretty surface texture. And then if you wanted to do a flange type thing, you could cut it and leave a flange. Something mold, if you wanted to create like a flange, you could. I'm just tidying up the edges by trimming up some of the extra, and I'm just squaring them up a little bit, trying to make it look even. I'm sculpting a little bit with a needle tool in the corner, just adding a decorative corner, as you can see there, to finish off that pattern. The next technique that I'm going to use, I'm not going to use a pre-existing mold at all. I'm going to make my own mold, and I'm going to do that by making a coil wall that's going to support the slab. Okay, just a little bit of a reminder that when you roll a coil, you first of all squish it into the crossment, twist the ends of the coil in the opposite direction. So you're twisting them in opposite directions. That will help keep it round. And when you roll, my recommendation is try to use the whole length of your hand. Keep your hands moving apart as you do this. So as I roll, I'm pulling my hands apart. Now, every few rolls, stop and twist again. You want to concentrate your pressure wherever you have the biggest area of the coil. Okay, I don't need that much of a wall. I'm going to be making a little oval dish, and I need to get a wall that is going to be the size so I can slide down into that. And I am going to, and now I'm piecing together the end of the coils, I'm scoring and dusting a little bit, even though this doesn't have to.
Good.